Okay, so I've never played Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know too much about it, but it's been a pretty hot topic, so there's a little bit I know through cultural osmosis. I did play Baldur's Gate 2 when I was a kid. Hey, thank you very much, Paranormal. I appreciate that. So I played Baldur's Gate 2 when I was a kid, and I remember very little from that game. I remember Minsk was a bald barbarian with a hamster named Boo. I remember a party member was a lady with wings, and I think the bad guy's name was like John Arenicus or something, but I don't remember any of the other details around it. If we played Baldur's Gate 2 on stream in the future, it would effectively be blind. I think this game like takes place in the far distant future of 2, so I don't think it really matters that I haven't played Baldur's Gate 1 and don't remember the second one. The stuff I know about this game, I've heard that it has a pretty robust set of options for you to do. I have played Larian's other game, Divinity Original Sin. I haven't played the second Divinity Original Sin. I did enjoy that game. It gives you a lot of crazy RPG stuff to do. My one critique of the first game was that it was a little bit too wordy, like it used a lot of text to say a little, and I think maybe this game having so much voice acting will maybe bring that down a bit. I'm not sure. They seem like good stewards of the Baldur's Gate franchise since we don't really have old school BioWare to make it. But all I've heard is good things about this game. I'm excited to play it. I don't know about any of the characters. I don't know anything about the plot. It's blind for the most part. I'll go ahead and start it up here. I guess I'm just going to pick Balanced, since that's the default difficulty. I could probably handle Tactician, but just in the interest of playtime, and since it defaults to that, I'll just select that. That's fine, sure. I heard the graphics in this are really good. I know there's a tiefling lady and a guy named Astarion, but I don't know who that is. I've heard something, so I don't know what this is, but I've heard the phrase Dark Urge thrown around. Oh, I don't know if the audio balance is right. It seems pretty quiet now, so I'll turn it up. Let me know if it's too quiet or too loud. My suspicion is that the Dark Urge is like a playstyle where the game prompts you to do fucked up evil things, but I don't know what that means other than that I've heard the phrase. I've heard it also compared to Disco Elysium a little bit, that's like the best possible comparison you can make. That's probably the best game I've played, probably in the last 10 years. But I imagine the scope can't be quite that insane, given that this game does have combat. You can't make every player choice matter to that extent. I don't know if the cinematic is just particularly quiet. I can't hear it at all, even my own headphones. Gross. Hey, mind flayers. This setting is Faerun, is that right? Not Forgotten Realms. That's a pretty exciting opening. Tutorials can help you learn the core mechanics. Yeah, sure. All right. Play as an existing character. Oh, interesting. So presumably these can all be party members, whether I choose to play as them from the start or not. I don't want to spend a ton of time in here. I'll just random until somebody looks interesting, I guess. Or I could play as a predetermined character. That's completely fine by me. The Dark Urge. You remember nothing but a path paved with blood. Unimaginable cruelty whispers to you from within. Can you escape it? Would you even want to? You can still customize your appearance and class. So my instinct from streaming is to just play as the default character here. But if folks really think I should play as a custom character, I'm okay to spend a little time messing around in here. I suppose that's true. So when you play as one of the default characters, do they lose their like voice acting and dialogue and stuff? Okay, I guess I should just dive into one of these really quick. What's probably the least played? Oh, you can do Githyanki. Probably no one plays as Githyanki or half orc. Kind of like half orc. Gith are originally from Faerun, right? I know they ended up being in a lot of other D&D properties. Okay. Is there a... I guess this is a mild spoiler for the game, but I've had this problem before in CRPGs. Is there a role that's not adequately filled by an NPC party member, or isn't filled for some time, or can I just pick whatever and it'll be fine? Started in Dragon Magazine. Did the Gith Zerai as well. Let's see, let's do something weird. So Gith has Astral Knowledge, proficiency in all skills of a chosen ability, Psionics, Mage Hand, Martial Prodigy, Light and Medium Armor, Base Movement Speed. Okay. Specialize in Intelligence, so it's fun for me to take one that doesn't match the required stats sometimes. I'm that kind of D&D person, instead of going for the one that the race is like designed for. Probably want to start with a character who's not particularly complicated to play as, rather than doing like a wizard or something. Oh, I'm glad they removed those. Okay, those have always kind of been questionable. Do a bard as the main character. Vicious Mockery, Blade Word, Healing Word, Dissonant Whispers. Okay. We'll start with Vicious Mockery. So cantrips are, you can use them as much as you want. They're essentially at will powers. There'd be no reason to take Spectral Hand because I essentially have that for free, right? Advantage on your next attack roll. Illuminate. Oh no, these are more like traditional D&D cantrips. Okay, I thought maybe they were making it so that you always had access to some like weak damage ability. Get rid of that. But they're more like traditional utility abilities. I'm guessing spending slots on... Can I reassign these later, or is this like a permanent character choice here? It's another CRPG issue. I can't be sure whether some of this stuff is just like completely pointless. Healing Word, sure. Dissonant Whispers, okay. Tasha's Hideous Laughter, fine. Heroism, immune to Frightened. It's not like completely unrestricted respecking, I suppose. So we've got Healing Word, Cure Wounds, heal a creature you can touch, heal a creature you can see. Okay. Guessing Charm... Well, maybe I'll be impressed at how many of these things are actually effective during normal play. I don't want to go into it too hard as to which of these things are likely to actually matter in combat approach, because I hear that Baldur's Gate 3 does a particularly good job of making more things than usual useful in a playthrough. But I've been burned by many CRPGs where they give you like all these spells and like 90% of them are just... The game hasn't been designed around them being possible to get away with using. Folk Hero, you're a champion of the common people. Okay, I like that. Guild Artisan, Noble, Outlander, Sage, Soldier, Urchin, Charlatan. Entertainer is the obvious choice. It's interesting you get animal handling and survival out of Folk Hero. I'm just looking through the skill comparisons here. So these, primarily, it's flavor text associated with the 2 skill proficiencies are the thing that I'm getting for free here, more than anything. Entertainer, like, seems like the most obvious pick for what I've already taken, but let's do... It's like a criminal bard. Okay, so this will automatically give me points to my 2 most relevant skills, presumably. Charisma, obviously, for bard. And then it wants dex for the next one. And then it tries to assign these smartly, I take it. Do odd ability numbers do nothing like they do in traditional D&D? Okay. Skill proficiency. Add a bonus to skill checks. You're more likely to succeed. Might actually want, what's my option? Dexterity effects, effectiveness with range and finesse weapons. Okay. Oh, nice. Finesse weapons are like daggers or whatever. Yeah, I don't want to dive too deeply into that. Trained in deception, performance, and persuasion. Let's do... I already have everything that comes out of charisma. Now, why am I blocked from being trained in sleight of hand and oh, it's because I already have them by default from being an urchin. Okay, that makes sense. Let's do perception, insight. Oh, I guess I undid one of them when I did that. So I'd rather have this, I think. Randomize. I'm just going to randomize a bunch. I don't care. Could do the Monster Factory thing of no middle sliders. Amazing. I think that has to be me. I don't think I have any choices. Anything crazy I can do? Definitely be as graying as humanly possible. Okay. Ripe highlights, huh? All right. Seems like a fine name. Fine with all this. Hey, Yukubo, how you doing? Thank you. All right, I need a guardian. So this game is multiplayer, right? Like Divinity Original Sin. Oh, I want that last one that I just skipped past. So this is an opportunity to start with 2 characters right away, basically. She looks cool. Oh, can you like freely change the character creator? I like that. His cutscenes are still really quiet. I don't know if I have any control over that. I looked at the audio earlier and set it to music 100. Or I set it to voice and chatter 100 and everything else to 80. Oh, that's actually super loud. Okay. Putting it down. Sorry about that. It might be a lot of modern games do this dynamic audio thing. Okay, I'll leave it at what it's currently set to. Pretty cool opening. Oh god, immediate Wilhelm scream. Teaching us a lot in this opening cutscene. Mind Flayer is a big bad is a cool concept. The player being like a Mind Flayer's slave is also a cool concept. I don't know if that's where they're going with this, but... How cool. The magic of editing. It controls the ship. Thank you, Kuleshov effect. Oh, I'm so glad to be playing a game that has a good story. It's been a rough couple of months, y'all. This is like the most exciting D&D opening ever. Don't they know we're supposed to be like fighting rats in a tavern? Now y'all have been playing this for a minute, right? Was there any concern after Larian got the rights to this that they would be poor stewards compared to old school BioWare? I guess I'd rather them do it than modern BioWare. I've heard nothing but good things, and I didn't hate Divinity Original Sin. I just wish it had been a little bit tighter. But this is already a much more focused like opening than the first Divinity game, so... I should play the second one. I wonder if a lot of my issues with the first Divinity game are fixed by the second one. They were like mild complaints. I didn't hate it or anything. Amazing. Gith Bard. Okay.
Finally free. I must find my kin.
So, I'm excited that there's native controller support. That doesn't surprise me because one of the really good things about Divinity was that the controller support was amazing for a CRPG. I assume that's going to be completely fine to just play the whole game with a controller. Let's not look at that right now. Let's...
Someone else got out. Might be other survivors. I am free, never to be captured again.
Is there a highlight interactables button? Just checking all the buttons here. Oh, Yukibo, do you know if there's a highlight interactables option? Mind Flayer Pearl.
Good.
Okay, so I can already kind of see how this
Wonder who was inside.
was maybe built on a divinity skeleton. I slightly prefer controller just because I can lean back and chill while I'm streaming. I don't have to like lean forward. Yeah, no worries. R3 is the answer. Thank you. I have to hold it down. I thought maybe I could tap it. Lithid record. Oh, and I can use the D-pad.
Their habits and histories flash into your mind.
So the game looks really quiet in the equalizer. Is it still okay? I'm glad we have a voice narrator. That's good. It's hard to go back from that after Disco Elysium. Okay, I'll try turning it up, but warning that the cutscenes might be crazy loud.
Mind Flayer horticulture.
Cerebral Aquarium.
1,000 years of humanoid history, elves, dwarves, humans, and more flash behind your eyes.
Just make sure my settings options that I did before stream started actually took. Yeah, they did. Voice chatter. What's up? Oh, before the stream started, it gave me some like setup prompts when I was trying to get into the options menu, and one of the things I did was to disable nudity. Seems like it's got tasteful nudity, but just for like YouTube and Twitch purposes. No reason to have it on.
The exposed brain quivers in expectation.
Hey, passive perception
You
checks.
realize you're talking to an Intellect Devourer, a minion of the Mind Flayers who abducted you.
The passive skill checks in Disco Elysium is like my favorite thing.
They return.
Rate opening. Oh, and I already get a custom dialogue option based on my character creation choices. I'd love to see that. Yeah, thanks, Vixen. Amazing. Yeah, so I remember that the Githyanki and the Githzerai have like, they're like the Vulcans and the Romulans essentially. They're kind of the same species, right? But I forget if in like core D&D they have any direct relationship to Mind Flayers. Whoa, pretty exciting. Game looks really good. They're like from the Astral Sea or something like that. Been a really long time.
Abomination. This is your end.
Your head throbs and your skin.
It's funny that they gave me my
tingles.
costume.
Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword.
It sounds okay in my ear now. Is the balance better now?
Seen through the Gith's eyes.
Oh. My head.
Okay, thanks.
What is this? You are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
What made you think I was a thrall?
Have you forgotten yourself? Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed, our bodies and minds will be tainted and twisted. Within days, we will be Gaeth, Mind Flayers.
Must be something we can do.
We can do nothing until we escape. That must be our priority. First, we exterminate the imps. Then we find the helm and take control of the ship. We will address the matter of a cure for this infection once we reach the material plane.
All right, a lot of information from that opening dialogue. Very information dense. Not overly long. So really good sign. Okay, combat happens in rounds. Yep. So this is based on 5th edition now. I think Baldur's Gate 2 was late 2nd edition or maybe super early 3rd edition. During your turn, you can move, take an action, and take a bonus action. You can see your actions and bonus actions in the action radial menu. That's this. So range attack, main hand attack, mage hand, hamstring shot, pommel strike, rush attack, second wind, astral knowledge. Okay, yeah, this is very similar to Divinity. Gotcha. 95% chance to hit. And I can use the rest of my movement after that. I saw some post on Reddit that really annoyed me where someone was saying, oh, I've got all these players who are really energized to play D&D because they played Baldur's Gate, and now they're saying that they want to be able to throw potions to people because it's so much fun to throw potions to people, and how do I tell them that they can't do that in this game? And it's like, if it's fun to throw potions, just let them do it. Like D&D isn't about the annoying specifics of the rules, right? Or shouldn't be anyway. I'm not that low on hit points, so it wants me to teach me about healing potions. Okay. So bonus actions are in orange, okay. And they tend to be some like extra effect. Gotcha. Sure.
Can't even catch my breath.
I probably should have used one on my previous turn. And I've got healing word. So it costs a bonus action and a spell slot. Spell slots come back. They still do Vancian magic, presumably. Okay. What are the consequences for death in this? Like, is there like difficult, expensive narrative resurrection? Does everyone get up at the end of combat for free?
Now, to the helm.
Version of healing, skulls. It's almost exactly like Divinity Original Sin, which is very playable on controller, so I'm not super worried about it. I appreciate the empty indicator.
To take another dragon attack. We need to get out before it's too late.
I did set it to give me the maximum number of autosaves. How frequent is the autosave? Should I be tapping quick save a lot? Let's hear it. Don't count on it. Okay. Guess it's quick enough to just do that. Probably don't get an autosave button on controller, question mark. So let me see. F5 probably. Just have a keyboard over here. Okay, that's easy enough. Really good opening so far though. I'm digging it. Don't stand in the fire, Roger. Use Restoration Pod to fully recover your hit points and spell slots if you're hurt. So that is a special effect in addition to Vancian magic. Yeah, I assume it's a save scum friendly game. Like, I love.
Machinery. I can make no sense of it.
Okay, cool.
I feel better. better.
I love that in Disco Elysium you're encouraged to just roll with dice failures, but the game is also structured so that failure can be fun. But here I'm guessing there's circumstances that you do want to reload if something really bad happens, right?
The man isn't dead, but he's totally unresponsive.
Yeah, okay.
Don't waste time on Istik. We must go.
The construction is too alien. Nothing looks familiar.
This ship is crashing. Do you intend to die for a stranger?
Try that contraption next to the pod. They did something to it when they sealed me in. Hurry! Please!
Sure.
The console appears dormant.
Yeah, I assume that, like, actual story dice rolls I don't want to save scum, but, like, combat I would like to win without characters dying, because then that spends resources. Like, there's not, like, an interesting failure state for dying in combat, right?
The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first, but then you spy an empty socket.
Maybe not hit it to start.
Whatever fits in that socket must power this thing.
Psionic energy radiates from the prisoners, but they do not react.
A brain in a jar.
Faint images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki
Don't have thieves'
warrior.
tools. I guess my party member is a... fighter, it seems like.
Come on! Get me out of this thing! Keep looking!
The console appears dormant. Nothing. The console remains dormant.
Okay, so I still have to find a thing to put in there. Missed anything here?
Faint images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of darkness.
Can't read this script.
So each of those, like, I can't just, like, keep trying to roll Arcana until I pass, right? Okay, good. That's good to know. Well, shit. Sorry, guys. I get for pressing random buttons. I don't want to have to deal with it in a different room. Nautiloid tank. Here, I'm not sure if there's an item that I can only get if I had lockpicking options, so... This sound happens if I shoot this thing. Is there a way for me to target, like, combat, like, initiate combat? Because I want to be far away from this thing when I shoot at it, but... It doesn't look like I'm able to select it from this far away. Can I do it with, like, a mouse, maybe?
On my way.
Oh, God. That goop is bad. I like purple stuff. I'd like to help you. Worried that I'm gonna get in trouble if I stray too far from this room, I guess. Seems like progress.
Odd things. Wonder what plane they're from.
Okay. I doubt it's just gonna be a regular key, right? That seems a little silly. Maybe it opens a reliquary. Running brain baby.
The console appears dormant. The mechanisms are completely nothing.
Okay. So the thing I need to open that is not in this room, right? I don't want there to be like a cutscene that triggers and I can't come back here. Not clear to me that searching other rooms isn't committing to abandoning her.
How many hosts of these gay infected? A dazed woman is trapped inside the pod. She doesn't notice you.
Another brain.
It's just the beginning of the game, so I don't have a feel for the game structure yet to know whether I'm gonna get locked into something, or if maybe holding down right stick is guaranteed to be useful to find all the things I need.
As you place your hand on the pod, you hear something. A presence connected to the pod, commanding the person inside to change.
That's maybe bad. Mass Effect 2. Flashbacks.
Change her. Changed at the pull of a lever. How? If we are not purified, this may be our fate.
Well, that sucks.
This cannot, must not be our fate.
Sorry.
The newborn mind Flayer stares at you, weak and dazed.
Working on it. Sorry. Haven't played the game before. Don't know how it's structured.
We are nearing the helm. Once inside, do as I say.
Odd things. Wonder what plane they're from.
Oh, okay. I think I've interacted with everything there is for me to interact with, right?
The console appears dormant.
I'll insert the rune.
The console hums to life. But what is its purpose? Will it free the captive?
Yeah, it wasn't clear that that was a quest item or anything special. So there'll be a pop-up if I get an item and it changes the state of a quest somewhere. Oh, cool. That's fun. So I only get to add a bonus every so often? How does the add bonus thing work? Why wouldn't I select add bonus? Or can I do it after the roll? I can always, so I should always hit add? Oh, okay. But so does this mean that I am technically extra proficient in Arcana, History, Investigation, Nature, and Religion without putting points in it the entire time until I long rest and I just have to activate it again, or this means I get to use this once per long rest? Okay. So I may as well, I just basically always have this on and should always enable it, I guess. Let's see. So as a bard, I get a bunch of knowledge shit for free, essentially.
The pulsing glow and organic.
It's weird that's not just a passive, but I guess they want you to, like, appreciate its benefit.
This device is different from the one that caused the other captive to transform. Perhaps it will open the nearby pod. Suddenly, you feel a hideous squirming in your head. The parasite. Then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connection. Authority.
Illithid wisdom. Interesting. I like the dice screen, that's cool.
You feel the biomechanical.
I don't remember
brain of the
Baldur's Gate
console
2
process
having
your
terribly
command
much in the way of, like,
and yield to
narrative
it.
skill checks.
A shiver runs across your mind.
At least not in the, like, Disco Elysium sense. Sorry, I almost left you because it wasn't clear that I had the item I needed.
Thank you.
Your mind lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with wariness. Because you're a gift.
Hey!
You're a gift.
I'll always be happy when something is apparently different because of prior player choices, no matter how tenuous.
And you expect what in return exactly? Githyanki aren't given to charity.
Oh, it's so you have to pick which skill to get it in? Okay, I understand. So it's probably best for me to get it in a batch of skills that I'm not proficient in.
That's what your kind does. They take. Still, you did help me. We both need all the help we can get. Let's try to get off this thing together. One moment. It's nothing. Trust me.
Enough of this chatter. We need to get to the helm. Now.
There's no time pressure.
She's right. Lead on.
Do they abstract ammo in this game? Like, I just have infinite ammo with my bow? Yay! Okay. You're welcome. Okay, and I see the astral knowledge intelligence in the corner. Creepy fleshy wings. No, this isn't gonna go well. Oh, they're weakening it for me. Okay, got it.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
Do it. We will deal with the Gale after we escape.
Interesting.
Impact is imminent. I must connect.
Okay. So her bonus action options are Pommel Strike and Second Wind. Now, so this secondary list of actions are like weird tertiary actions like jumping, running, climbing, I guess. But most of the time I'm probably fine just using these guys.
You bow or you break.
Hey Alex, how you doing?
Ready.
Got Shield of Faith. Uses a spell slot. I hate Vancian magic with like everything in my being. I'll get over it, it's fine. I'm sure it's like... Now, so is anything time limited in this game? Is there anything stopping me from just like long resting after every battle? Is like the clock gonna move forward and a character in a town somewhere is gonna die because I missed their quest? Or can I just rest all the time and it's fine?
Another step forward.
Vancian magic is spells per day, right? It's where magic comes back after a long rest. It's been a thing in like core tabletop rule sets for actual decades. Right, so I have something like a dash. That uses my whole action to do it. Okay, I understand.
No time to waste.
I'd rather have abilities come back after combat because it lets the person designing the game balance around the party having their full complement of abilities. I think that in theory it's interesting to have to manage your I'm talking about like actual tabletop, not a video game, right? In actual tabletop, I think it's theoretically interesting to have to manage strategic resources throughout the course of a dungeon, right? But it's harder for the DM to create an encounter that's thrilling if the party has all of their dailies versus thrilling if the party has no dailies. You know what I mean?
Never a dull moment.
It's not a huge deal.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Yeah, for what it's worth, for all my complaints about Vancian magic, Dark Souls effectively has Vancian magic where the time step that influences the restoration of your abilities is resting at a bonfire or dying, which are both things that happen constantly. So to me, I think that works a lot better.
Taking position.
Part of my problem with the long rest is that it's like super awkward narratively as well. It's just a bonus action, but it's also like once per encounter. Okay.
Let's end this. Fall, damn you.
Survival is all that matters.
It's kind of hard to write a story where you have a deep dungeon where like time is of the essence and we have to get to the bottom as fast as possible and allow for players to literally rest for 8 hours multiple times to make the encounters like reasonable to solve, you know what I mean? So I have disadvantages. I'm too close to this guy, I see.
Leave him to me. Connect the transponder. Or your spine is mine.
I must reach the helm.
I played a lot of systems that attack was resist at the end and you took half damage. Okay, resist slash.
Talk to me.
I played a bunch of games that have attempted to deal with the problem in different smart ways.
Sometimes the
Gloomhaven
only
is
way
probably
out
my
is
favorite
through.
solution. I really like that your attacks in Gloomhaven are cards that have a risk of being exhausted for the entire encounter. That it adds sort of a permanent time limit to every fight.
My faith will protect me.
And I like that your cards always come back at the end of a attempt at a dungeon every single time, right? There is no permanent ability usage.
Got to concentrate.
Trying to show me that
Still breathing.
this guy is much stronger than we are. It's crit. Uh-oh. Maybe we should just run past it, is what we're learning here. I think that's what they're intentionally trying to teach us. So get the hell out of dodge, basically. That's smart. You go up like, I'm gonna fight this guy. Oh, never mind, that's a bad idea.
Hurry,
And then new enemies
before they
show up and you're like, wait a minute. I can only deal with this one. I definitely can't deal with two of them coming behind.
What should I do? Have to keep going.
Should be able to deal with these guys.
Time
And
to
they give
push
me a
my
reasonable
luck
number
again.
of turns to get out of here.
What path lies before me?
I'm really excited for the Matt Colville RPG. He had a really compelling video he put out about how a lot of D&D is like descendant from this survival horror dungeon crawler game that was first edition, that the game has looked nothing like for decades at this point, right? And where like Vancian magic makes a ton of sense in a survival horror setting, but not so much in like a narrative-driven story. So I'm super excited to see what that system ends up doing with like cooldown abilities and the
Time
like.
to meet your maker.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Uh-oh. That's not good. An attack of opportunity here. I could try attacking it to see if I can kill. I did not, sadly. Yep, use disengage first. Got it.
The helm's alien transponder. You've made
Trying to
it
get
in
as much
time.
XP as I could out of that, but don't want to risk fighting those demons. Very smart opening. Like, fuck your time limit. I'm gonna get a bunch of XP, and then they spawn in two other demons, and you're like, oh. And it's probably calibrated so that that's when the Mind Flayer is likely to die. So you're like, oh, you really gotta get out of here, got it. It's nice seeing a CRPG that's like has stuff that's deliberately designed around teaching. Sometimes there's an objective that's not rout the enemy, right? And even if you think that you can rout the enemy, we're going to reinforce that no, seriously, sometimes there's an objective that's not rout the enemy. I like playing games that are aware of like likely player behaviors, even if that required them doing testing to discover it, right? How does XP work in this game? Is it like if I had killed all those guys in the room, would I have gotten more XP, or is it more based on like quest completion and like reaching milestones and stuff. So I know core D&D is moving away from having individual entities have XP values. It's both, okay. Is there a finite amount of XP in the game? Texture popping. I'm used to CRPGs having finite XP. It's usually like finite, but there's enough to hit max level. I think those things can both be true, right? Looks like Chitara. I need to get new clothes. I know I'm supposed to be a bard, but...
As you wake, the tadpole squirms in your skull. Other than the infection, you're more or less intact. A miracle, given everything you've been through, but it'll all be for nothing if you don't find help soon. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking.
Switching to my PJs.
You need a cure.
Does it have cosmetic gear? Separate slots.
Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Okay, that's cool. But not like Terraria style cosmetic slots to override stuff.
You're alive. I'm alive. How is this possible?
I'm gonna pick these every time.
The divine tends
I guess
to
unless
keep
if
their
it's like something
inventions
super
close
evil.
to the chest. Though I suppose it's not impossible. She must have run off without us. Seems like I'm more reliable than your own people.
So racist against Gith. Big tentacle in the background.
You're more concerned for her than she is for you, clearly. We need to take care of ourselves. First things first, we need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer. We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads.
I'd better get moving then.
No, I don't recognize this place. But anything's an improvement on where we just came from. We need each other, and we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company. One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again for freeing me. It would have been all too easy for you to run right
Shadowheart
past my
approves.
pod, but you didn't. I'll remember that.
I kind of like the idea of a morality system in a game that's less about like objective Jesus versus Satan points like a lot of games were for a while there, and more about this party member liked that and that party member didn't. It's really great in like Disco Elysium that a lot of what you do is pretty much only permanently witnessed by Kim. Laggard hat. Check that. Is there like an inventory screen, or is it entirely through this action menu? Okay.
Let's Let's move.
If I can find you. Okay, this is probably it. Character sheet, alchemy. Oh god, okay. So I didn't mention this, but one of the things I really hated about Divinity Original Sin was lots of loot trash. Like, made it really difficult to sort through anything you found. So hopefully they have some kind of long-term solution for that. I also didn't really like that so much in Pillars of Eternity, but it got better in the sequel. I guess that screen is already easier to like browse than Divinity 1. Can mark under trash. Okay. Ooh, perfumed letter. Okay, so things I need on a menu like this. I have to be able to see things that were new since the last time I looked at the menu, and it has that. It has a little star, so that's really helpful. Set it. Let's go to Baldur's Gate. Hey, they said the thing. So I can set a filter, which is nice. I can sort by latest, which is great. Oh, but that didn't work, weirdly. Unless if it's starting from the right side. Okay. What other actions here? Send to camp. Okay, that's helpful. Is it infinite storage? I see add to wares. All right, that certainly helps a lot. Oops. Okay, what is what's prompting me to multi-select here? I see. What is add to wares? Is that marking things for reasons for later? Underwear. Revive a companion. And is there a way for me to quickly see? Thanks for the multi-select thing. I'm going to start a future Marstead text file because we're playing this for 4 hours today. We'll probably play it for another 4 hours in a couple months. We won't be playing it every week until it wins the vote. So I want to make sure I have robust notes for my future self. So in the inventory screen, accessible via right trigger, character sheet, important control options. So hold X equals multi-select, send to camp, send infinite items to a ender chest type storage, and then mark as wares is that basically saying when I go to a merchant, sell this automatically or something? Or is it just marking it as trash? And so this is potentially a mild spoiler, but like, is there any indicator that something is vendor trash? Like I could see a bottle coming up in a quest that it detects that you have a bottle on you and then gives you a prompt or a candle or whatever. I'd like, if there's a way for the game to tell me this literally has no purpose other than to be sold. A gold coin marker means it has no purpose. Nothing like that. Okay, so if I needed a bottle for a quest, it would be like a special named key item, but it wouldn't be like checking my inventory to see if I have any bottles and doing something differently based on it. So anything that's like doesn't clearly have stats or other values associated with it, I can probably mark as vendor trash. What about crafting systems? Do I need to like hold on to gemstones like pearls and onyxes for making rings or anything like that? Or can I also mark those? Oh, okay. If you personally click it, it gets one. The game isn't providing a value judgment on its own. Crafting items besides quest items go in the alchemy pouch. Out the bitch queen's will. So if I find something like a pearl, if it was used in crafting, it would go into the crafting menu, but since it didn't, I can just mark it for selling. Okay. It seemed like books and letters and stuff also aren't necessary to hold on to. That's the magic of being able to ask Twitch chat questions like that.
More of the Mind Flayer's pets.
Oh, shit. Shouldn't have stepped in the fire. Don't want to take 4 damage at the start of combat there. Yeah, thanks for closing the gap.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
Okay, I see. I'm already in melee range, which is unfortunate. Bardic Inspiration. That uses 4. Okay. So I can do 3 of these per day, and each time I do it, it says it lasts until long rest. It just means it lasts until the next time they do a thing. I guess I may as well do it. I hate Mancian so much. I'm guessing they have like abstracted your DM not letting you rest constantly
Can't give up.
by requiring food and drink to rest, so it's not just a thing you can do for free after every single encounter.
Strike hard, strike fast.
Ow. That makes sense. Okay, don't like that, so I end up having to reload and not fight these guys. Let's see. So when you start spellcasting, you have to, is it like making concentration checks every time you get attacked, and that would disrupt the effect, otherwise it lasts forever? Like, how does concentration interact with other things in combat? In my house-ruled D&D game, I've gotten rid of concentration. That's almost always bad for the players and not something the computer gives a shit about. Well, oh, I didn't mean to. Down characters get back up if they regain hit points. Allies can help down characters by healing them or using the help action. Great. Glad we have a down state. That's good to know. Critical miss.
I'm ready.
Like she only gets like a partial turn then after that. Doesn't have the actions. Okay. It's 3 death saving throws. Already used up my spell slot, so I can't heal now. Makes sense. Yeah, let's reload here. Death saving throws are only for the duration of their down status. They don't, like, endure if they get downed again. Yeah, those enemies are pretty nasty. Probably go fight them anyway. I just want to see if there's anything else I can get that might help. Teleport to waypoint is selecting on the map. Craft your potions, like little elixirs. Yeah, me standing in melee range with my ranged attacker is bad. That's one of the things I was going to change on the second attempt here.
A long way to go still.
I want all of my attacks to have disadvantage.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
Alright, so I think I had other spell. Are literally all of my spells able to be in the... I'll just keep getting additional wheels, I suppose. For all of my extra spells that don't fit on the first one. Try doing sleep. See the range on that? Don't have it from here. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the wheels actually had everything on them. Requires concentration. And a creature could be me, I suppose. And I can use opportunity attacks to kind of punish them for trying to run past my melee character. Okay. Piercing shot. So, piercing shot seems like it's just strictly better than shooting. Is that how that works? Like they give you a basic attack action because it interacts with things like opportunity attacks, but I should be using a piercing shot every turn instead? Ah, okay. Where do we see that it's once per... Oh, I see. The little refresh icon, short rest. Okay. You probably want a gaping wound, something that's going to actually suffer from them multiple times. I understand. Turns out I need those. Succeeded a concentration saving throw. Okay, well, that's not great. So can I want to look at the tooltip for gaping wounds. I assume there's a button I can press to review that. Just examine. Thanks. Attacks against this creature deal an additional 2 piercing damage. Okay. Not as helpful as I was hoping. 1 down.
Take your
Nice miss. Have disadvantage now, which is very annoying. Vicious Mockery gives a creature disadvantage on its next attack roll. Now's the time to do that, I guess. It's fun. And that I can just do however often I like because it's a cantrip, right? Laughter, spell slot, spell slot, spell slot. Being able to apply disadvantage seems pretty strong. Blessing of the Trickster. Grant another creature advantage on stealth checks. Firebolt is her. These are all essentially cantrips, at-will abilities. Got the Bardic roll. I'm just trying to review all the options I have here. Nice crit. Not enough to save the day. Which her stats aren't very good at, I see. I see advantage is this doesn't have to roll to hit, right? It just does damage. Oh wait, no, I thought I saw a roll to hit there. Funny. Play a tune to delight those around you.
To focus.
I can't attack because getting up means I only have a bonus action. Shove. I'll use my Bardic Inspiration. Fuck that shit. I guess I should have known. It's a critical miss. Keep trying to put the Vicious Mockery pressure on this thing so it doesn't kill her.
Your head's empty as a debtor's purse.
Oh, ayo. Actually, I think I should heal her first.
Let's finish this.
I'm talking toenail tasting trout hole.
Oh, so the 60% is a saving throw? So where can I see that they get a saving throw? Inspect. Whiz save. And it's just a pure resistance. It would tell me if like something happens if they save against it.
Got to keep fighting.
Go team. Good God, that was difficult. Okay. At least we can both heal. Gotcha. If there was like some consolation prize. Okay, so
Looking ahead.
level up. Punish some resources if you short rest. And short resting costs you nothing, but you can only do it twice between long rests? Is that what that was saying? Find where it actually prompts me to level up here. Level up A, okay. Yeah, it should make it easier to New spell slot. Health is up pretty significantly. Cool. More likely to succeed in any undertaking. I feel like Bard is a pretty solid choice for a main character. Song of Rest. Revitalize as though you had taken a short rest. So can I see... And inspect to dive into it. Each day, restore 50% of your hit points. Warlocks get their spell slots back. Okay, cute. I can take a new spell. So Cure Wounds, Disguise Self, Fairy Fire. You said respecking is not trivial in this. It's really hard to make a, because like I'm tempted to just take the thing that's the most guaranteed to be useful to me in the combats I've already seen. I don't know like how often Fairy Fall, like it'd be cool to have like a Feather Fall set up to like explore places, but like does the game actually have deep holes you can drop in? I'll take it. Why not? Place a spell. You may wish to replace old spells with new ones. Okay, so I get 1 per level respec if there's something that I had that I didn't like, I guess. Frighten a creature. I haven't had a chance to actually try these yet, so I'll just keep them. That's fine. Turn undead, invoke duplicity. High elf, high half elf. Okay. Yep. Okay, so turn undead. Distract your enemies with illusion. Inflict wounds. Alright, so, right, I prepare spells during a long rest, but I can always prepare from my list of known spells, sure. This is the kind of stuff that hasn't really substantively changed since first edition. They tried to a little bit in 4th edition and everybody hated it, so they brought it back in 5th edition. I think the stuff I have right now is probably fine. I don't like having something that I have to make concentration checks to maintain, especially if it's only 2 AC. So... Protection from evil and good. That's interesting that it's evil and good. That's like a philosophical change, right? Sanctuary. Yeah. Command. Bless. Accuracy and saving throws. I'll just roll with what I have right now. I can always change it on a rest. So, I now have Song of Rest, which doesn't say it. Where's, oh, refresh is on long rest. Okay, I have to get used to that refresh icon. So I'd only want to use that once I've actually used up my short rests, I guess, so that I still have it as an option. And then short resting is an action from this screen?
That helped.
Gotcha. Fuck. Need to stop walking in that. Not super clear to me that it's bad. Yeah, I know. But maybe it's on graphics settings or something. It's not registering in my vision as a this will hurt you if you stand in it kind of fire. Okay. I guess I'll keep going this way since I bothered fighting these guys. I actually don't have super extensive knowledge of 5e. I read the rules when it was in beta testing. But I've mostly done my homebrew system and a little bit of Pathfinder. Okay, so that's like oil, essentially. Can I jump to get up there? Is that what this is saying? Oh, well, that's also fine. Yeah! Calculated. Will of accuracy. I will never use that. They give you a lot of like consumables and Divinity Original Sin. I guess they give you so many that you can feel like you can start using them, but potion of speed, extra action. D-pad up is a jump shortcut. Okay, thanks. That wasn't... Okay, I guess there's technically fire underneath that. Fine, whatever. Let's see what's over this way. That ends up happening a lot in Divinity Original Sin as well. They like to do a lot of like ground effects. There's a person over there. Check the other way. I'm guessing one of these is... Hey, thanks for the follow, Pixel. One of these is pushing forward with the story. Guess I could just... Waypoint teleporting costs you nothing, it's just literally a time save, is that right? Okay, I'll try to do that next time then.
Won't get that open easily. Maybe there's another entrance.
Figures. Okay, so I thought that those little brain guys were like an optional extra battle. Maybe if I had gone into it, if I had gotten one more level up in the previous dungeon instead of panicking and running away, it wouldn't have been so hard. Scary portal.
Dead goblins over there. Worth checking for supplies, maybe.
Oh, thanks.
What's going on with that room? Looks unstable somehow.
You approach the sigil on the stone. Magic glitters and swirls from it erratically.
Yeah, I did earlier when I was trying to click on something.
It looks slightly dangerous.
Yellow. Pressed F5. Whoa.
A hand? Anyone?
Pretty striking visual. Charisma, Jack of all trades. I could do guidance. I can just always do guidance, it looks like. Okay. Really like this interface for rolling dice. You still fail on a natural 1 even if the total is high enough.
Whatever you're doing is working wonders. Now, quick little pull should do the trick.
Yeah, it seems nuts. It's constantly plus 5 to 20% success chance on
Hello.
everything.
I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies.
Waterdeep.
Usually better at this.
Forgot Waterdeep was Faerun. Whose setting was Faerun? It's not like Gygax's setting, right? It was his Greyhawk.
A bit shocked, but friend, it's a relief and a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Say, but I know
This guy's
you,
fun.
don't I? In a manner of speaking. You were on the Nautiloid as well.
You don't trust this man.
And I can only assume you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region.
Couldn't have phrased it more repellently myself.
As a Githyanki, it's no news to you that this parasite will soon turn us into mind
Thanks for the
flayers.
Githyanki
An
text.
outcome I'd rather like to avoid. You don't happen to be a cleric by any chance, do you? A doctor? Surgeon? Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle?
You seem to know enough about our condition to realize it's beyond.
The dialogue's not
most
mocapped,
clerics'
right? They have like animation
Most,
rigging for their
no
faces.
doubt.
It looks pretty good
I
though.
find myself hoping to be in the presence of the few.
Really?
You don't happen to be one of them.
That's impressive.
As we've established, few enough can. It's not exactly a common affliction. We're most certainly going to need a healer, and soon, too. How about we lend each other a helping hand once more and look for a healer together? Most excellent. A parasite shared is a parasite halved, or something to that effect. Oh, but before you think you're about to embark on a journey with most ill-mannered a man, thank you for pulling me out of that stone. It was an act of foresighted kindness, I assure you. I have the feeling ample opportunities will present themselves for me to return.
All right,
the favor.
impish himbo guy. Let's go. Wizard of Waterdeep. Hold on.
Lost in thought.
This game is making my GPU fans scream. It's quite funny. Specialization available. I can't see what that is here. Okay. Evocation Savant. Okay, so you can learn spells from scrolls. Gotcha. Great pockets of safety within evocation spells. Oh, that seems really strong. Oh, I see what they're saying. Okay, so it prevents friendly fire, essentially. It's a magic missile, necromancy, conjuration, enchantment, divination. So he starts with evocation. Oh no, that's the default savant status. So is he expected to be an evoker, or it really is completely up to me which one I want? That just affects the scrolls, and then you get a special ability. Okay. Arcane Ward. Ward around you that protects you from harm. If you kill a creature with a spell, you regain hit points equal to twice the spell slot level. Need conjuration spells from scrolls. Oh, I don't have, so I get this instead. Make water. Okay. Not a gaze. Portent. Well, that's kind of interesting. So after seeing the result, you can change it to the portent dice, which the result of which you know. Okay. Inner illusion. Experimental alchemy. I don't know what his medicine stat is. Probably not great. I'll just go with evocation, I suppose. The other ones are interesting. All right, choose the spells you know from the list below. Wait, so this, I still have access to all of these in the spell book because he's a wizard, not a sorcerer, right? These are just the two that I assume to currently have prepared. Where's... I take magic missile. And what else is evocation here? So I'm not making, this is not like a long-term commitment here. Burning hands, probably. Whirl of Sphere. 38 Thunder. Targets still take half damage. So this just says it's not totally anti-friendly fire to have that passive. It just means that my allies will always take half damage from this if they're standing in it. Creates a surface. Oh, it also includes they take no damage. Wait, so what's the difference? I need scrolls to add to the list of things, which are in the book that I later have to prepare. Priest, Thunderwave, Sleep, Witch Bolt, Mage Armor. Well, I already have, I guess more sleep is probably good, but... That's pretty good in Divinity. It's equivalent anyway. If you concentrate, they take 1d12 damage every turn. Okay. Oops. The way this is replacing spells isn't the way I expect it to work. But I also started with a set of... I was confused because I also had a set of known spells before that. Sure.
No time to rest.
I hate fancy and magic. So what are you gonna do? The way that things are. Okay, what else we got this way?
There, a mind flayer, and it's hurt.
That thing's bound to be dangerous, even if it...
You approach the dying Gale. The foul thing is at your mercy, and you would have its head. You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion. Compassion. The poor creature is on the brink of death, but there's still time. You'd give your life to save it,
That's
to
fun.
nurse it back to health.
And they're playing around with that with
But
what the
then
narrator's
feeling
saying.
slips. The creature's mind seems to focus elsewhere.
Oh, did I not add the bonus? Oh, it gave it to me, okay.
Your minds fuse, lusting for something that is gone. But then its grip claws back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I appreciate
A
that.
vice locking your mind into obedience. It needs sustenance to survive, and with your very
Bad
body,
ending.
you can provide.
That's not hard. Oh, so I've already committed to using these, so I don't have to do anything else with bonuses. Now, they seem to have more command over the difficulty classes than what I recommended to DMs.
Defeated.
Maybe it's only in the early game, but they seem quite willing to give you stuff with like a DC 3 or a DC 5 or whatever, right?
Gate. Death is too kind a fate.
Cool. Oh, that's fire. We don't want that. There's another area that I backed out from. I'm trying to go back to. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I actually kind of dislike the DM's guide's recommendations on setting custom difficulty classes. I guess also, I mean, there's kind of like the problem with tabletop is that it ends up being a lot of like oral legend and wisdom on the right way to run things and which rules you're supposed to ignore. And I guess it's officially said in DM's guides for a while, like even dating back to 3.5, that you shouldn't make people roll for stuff unless if there's an interesting consequence for failure. But I think everyone is kind of bad about keeping track of that. Interesting. So interactable boxes don't get highlighted when I do highlight interactables. Hey, thieves tools. Nice. Just have to spot those. Use your thieves tools to pick a lock. Thieves tools break on a failed attempt.
Come on, open up.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Don't roll a 1, got it. Does critical success have any benefit other than that the success is automatic? Okay.
Hurry! I've got one of those brain things cornered. There, in the grass.
Yeah, you can get there with a lot of experience, but it's one thing to read it in a book that says don't ask people to roll unless if it matters, and one thing to actually remember to do that consistently. Sometimes I like ask people to start to roll, and then as they're going to roll, I'm like, wait a minute, no, that's stupid. You just succeed, it's fine.
There. Can you see it?
Just a dumb boar. You're relieved until you see the flash of a dagger.
Don't we? I saw you on the ship. Free, scuttling about. You're in league with them, aren't you? Those tentacle... Ah!
Your mind twists. You're looking out of unfamiliar eyes, prowling dark, busy streets. You try to hold the memory, but it fades to the worm. The light, the fear.
What was that? What's going on? The worm. Of course. That explains things somewhat. And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards. Apologies.
Yeah, but mechanics like critical failure get in the way of your ability to fudge from behind the screen like that, right? Like players can get onto you that you're cheating a little bit. I feel like part of the art is cheating in a way that doesn't reveal to the players that you're cheating. And there are certain mechanics that undermine that ability.
A kindred spirit. My name's Astarion. I was in Baldur's Gate when those beasts snatched me. A pleasure. So, do you know anything about these worms? Turn us into... Of course it'll turn me into a monster. What else did I expect? Although, it hasn't happened yet.
Guy's giving like Tim Curry in his
If we can find an
performance.
expert, someone that can control these things, there might still be time. You know, I was ready to go this alone.
Do you have
But maybe
fangs?
sticking with the herd isn't such a bad idea. And you seem like a useful person to know. All right. I
The
accept.
pale elf. Okay, maybe he does.
Lead on. Trust no one.
All right, what's your deal, bud? He's a rogue. That makes sense. Cunning action. Okay. So is it like rogues get a cunning action in addition to their normal bonus action? So I could cunning action dash and bonus action dash and do something else? Oh, I thought dash was already... I guess you're right. Those are... Okay, so it just converted normal actions to bonus actions. I see.
All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have.
That's helpful. That's a pretty powerful effect. I feel like they should play around with that more. There should be more things that are effectively free or less costly in terms of the action economy. Maybe you do something like that for Rogue because they're otherwise underpowered compared to the other classes. I guess D&D has always had the issue of like, what's the joke? You've got Meat Shield, Skill Monkey, and God. You have the Wizard who eventually becomes powerful enough to do literally everything. You have the Meat Shield who absorbs the damage until the Wizard becomes powerful enough to do everything. And then you have the Skill Monkey that passes skill checks until the Wizard can do it instead. Most of their damage comes from sneak attacks. I don't know if I can... It'd be cool if I could like make water on this.
Your desire.
I don't think I have such a spell, though. I had an option to select something like that before. Yeah, I don't have that kind of a spell. I could try jumping over it, maybe.
Still alive.
Like,
So that's progress.
I'm guessing most of that stuff is just junk, though, right? Because I was asking whether items like that have any purpose in this sort of a situation. Kind of similar loot spam panic of divinity. No, I don't think I do. This? I think I just drank some. Throw it. Oh, it doesn't let me select throw. Hold on. That's kind of neat that that works. Wonder how many of those interactions actually functionally work, though? Because I guess the water in my inventory did not stand out as something that wasn't just, like, useless garbage. And I'm guessing they have, like, scripted interactions for specific throwables, right?
Broken. Must have been here a while.
There's not a sort button in the inventory, is there? I didn't see one. I see there's a way to filter, but not sort. Drop throw. I know I can send to camp. Select. Can wiggle the mouse really quick, see if it comes up. Oh yeah, that's different. Because this is a different screen from the character sheet. I don't know if I can actually bring this up. Multi-select, range, sort by. Oh, I think I did find that earlier, but it wasn't working for me for whatever reason. Let's try it again. It's in the filter list, sort by latest, value, weight, type. But sort by latest, is it putting the latest thing furthest to the right? That's so strange. Ooh, okay. I don't like the way the inventory works. Can I, like, see things that... Yeah, this is like Divinity. That's okay. It's kind of annoying. I'll live with it. It's not a big deal, but makes it kind of a hassle to figure out what in your inventory can go in which slots. All right, let's just sort this by type, I guess, since weird. I've got alchemy pouch, camp supply sack, keychain, potions, other things. I am liking this game a lot so far. Oh, I love the passive checks. I'm pumped for those.
Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel.
Okay, need a shovel. So, a shovel is an item that might appear to be garbage in my inventory, but is actually necessary for doing stuff like that. Are there other such items that I should be wary of? That's what I was worried about when I was talking about sending random garbage to my bank, like things like that.
You're both
Water.
twice as tall as me, but have half the bloody backbone.
But we don't know what that thing even is. And what about the crypt?
I'm telling you, it's a ship. And the crypt can wait. Mari and Barton have been trying to break in for days. Now we... Stop! Got ourselves competition already. I don't know what the hells you are, but that's our ship. Oh, yeah? Well, I don't see any of your kin here to claim it.
What's wrong with his face? Freak?
Dead freak? Get him!
Oh, maybe we should try something different. Wanted to see what the character-specific answer is going to be. Ooh. We got a traditional adventuring party over here.
Let's have some fun.
Okay, so how does sneak attack work in this? Like, how does it's just if you have advantage? Do I have a way to generate advantage? You always have advantage from hiding. Am I limited from hiding in combat, or does it have to be from, like, out of line of sight or something? Okay, so they simplify flanking then, it sounds like.
Ready or no?
Failed because it was lit. So if I was over here, I could have tried doing it. Okay, learning for next time. That's fine.
May the dice roll in my favor.
So what are my cantrips here? Firebolt and Ray of Frost.
Onward.
Need to stay focused. On the move.
Okay. Gotcha. So I would probably only ever use Sacred Flame in a circumstance where it's like weak to Radiant, since it's otherwise strictly worse than Firebolt. Uh-oh. So she just has Firebolt because of a racial passive, and it's like bad for her. I didn't see that as a tooltip when I was selecting my abilities, or that's just something y'all happen to know. Okay.
Over here.
Nice.
Unleash me.
Acid they threw on me? Fuck that. Ray actually a ray, or is it a targeted ability? Okay, targeted.
What's the plan?
I'm asleep, which is a bummer. %60 versus 50%, right?
Take you.
Vote for Baldur's Gate 3. I'm enjoying this game. I'm excited to play more of it.
I'm not going to last much longer.
Y'all are fucking me up over here. He doesn't count as adjacent to her, it looks like. Is there like something in game that will tell me whether they'll be weak against a sneak attack or not? He also has a firebolt. Okay. Yeah, I wish this showed me. I'm guessing they're trying to minimize the text that's on the screen and not make it super overwhelming, but I wish this told me like what the bonus to attack is from my inherent stats, you know? Oh shit, do I have to like actively select this for sneak attack? Or I assumed it would just apply sneak attack automatically if I had advantage against it. But I have to like specify that I want that?
Be quick. Just like old times.
Oh, no. Tried.
A tale for the ages.
Do you help to wake him up? That was my action, damn. That'd be nice to make that a bonus action, but...
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
5e things. At least healing is a bonus action.
Listen,
Supplies of them.
that's the leg you'll
Shit.
defeat.
Sorry, I gotta remember that. Can and will save against shit. I do like that I get to use my remaining movement. Is that how it works in 5e as well, that you can break up your movement?
Have to keep going.
Right on.
I'm breaking fast. I need healing.
Have to keep going.
I've got one.
42%, 45%. Not super pumped about that.
Let's have some carnage.
So hit chance is primarily based on, like, is this already including things like how far away I am from him? Whether there's things blocking my view of them? Pull aggro if I can.
Creator. Destroyer.
So how bad is prone in this? In Divinity Original Sin, it was pretty bad. Did like they have to spend an entire action to stand up?
Outflank. Outsmart.
Right on.
Down with you.
I keep not seeing those twisting vines. I need like, is there like an accessibility option to make things that hurt you on the ground super obvious? I guess not. I guess part of the magic is that you're supposed to be paying attention and notice it, but that just kind of looks like everything else on the screen to me. Fine. So I see I have the option to, that's cute. Smart of the computer there. That sucks. Sorry, I can use my words here. I have the option to do non-lethal damage, like bullshit encounters like this with random bandits. That's never gonna matter, right? Like I'm just supposed to kill these guys. I'm not gonna like get dialogue and quests and shit with them. Okay.
Don't give in. Hang on.
But I'm guessing the quest where it will actually matter, it will be like conveyed in some way.
Death's cold grip.
Gotcha. Guess I could have hidden there. Everyone is assumed to be looking in all directions simultaneously, right? How much more movement do I have? Can I see somewhere how much movement I have remaining? That little yellow thing at the very bottom. Okay, so I probably have enough to drop down, hide.
They won't know what bit them.
What bit them? Okay, yeah, got it.
Let's finish this. Got to move.
Cool. Perfect. He's trying to get away.
Good move.
No choice but to keep going.
Because there's fire on the ground where I'm picking her up? Yeah, that's a bit of the kind of divinity lord
At the ready.
effect jank. There's not too much you can do about that, I guess.
This feels good. Let's move.
Can I still do regular dash after that? Is that... If I dash and cunning action dash, am I getting effectively quadruple movements? Okay. Oh, it's triple. Okay.
What should I do? Got to move.
Heals and removes burning. I don't know how plentiful potions are yet, so... They're reasonably plentiful in Divinity.
Breathe deep and move.
Already used up all my bardic inspiration.
Listen,
So, friendship...
know this trunk of lies.
It's always tough in a video game with an ability like friendship, like... Against a non-hostile creature. So this is like... Can I activate this in the middle of dialogue, or do I have to know in advance that I'm about to be in a dialogue where it's going to matter?
Shall we dance?
Oh yeah, I wanted to run up next to him, but I died before I could.
Don't linger.
Oh, it uses an entire bonus action to jump. Oh, that's mean. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I don't think I can target him at all from down here, right? Yeah.
What fools these mortals be.
I'm ready.
Oh, it'll show you in dialogue that I have access to the friends spell. Okay, that's cool. I was worried about that. Great vicious mockery.
These boots have seen everything.
You listening?
42% versus 65.
I'm ready.
Probably would have been better off running all the way around, but I thought I could just like trivially climb this. I guess I'm learning now. Too high. How does it determine that? Is there a way for me to know when I'm selecting my movement here? I guess these guys are just not helping.
Got to focus. Let's make this quick.
Yeah, but while I'm moving, is there any way for the game to convey to me how close I'm liable to get? Shove. Also too high. All right, guys.
Another fight. Let's go.
She still got XP, presumably, right? She was just down, not dead. Wizards, clerics, paladins, and druids can change prepared spells at any time outside of combat. Okay, that's nice. Doesn't require a long rest. That's iterating so close to just giving you access to the whole spell book, but whatever. I hate spell preparation in particular. Like, it's bad for the DM and it's bad for the players. I guess maybe it's time to long rest. So do you always completely top off from a long rest, or is it useful to expend your short rests before long resting to get as much healing as possible?
Time and the elements have left the plaque unreadable.
Does it use more supplies the more it has to heal or something, or it's just long resting always costs supplies? Okay, that's what I was asking. I'm like, is there a reason to burn through short rests before doing the long rests? If you're gonna long rest anyway, you're gonna long rest anyway. It sounds like the answer is no. When I'm looking at people's equipment, does it draw from everyone's inventory when it's like, okay, I guess I can just test this rather than ask. Okay. That's drawing from everybody's gear, not just the thing that's in her inventory right now. Disadvantage on stealth. I think we said I can do medium without any problems, right? Oh, the different races have different underpants. It's funny. Papa. Now, is there any reason to have a melee weapon equipped and a ranged weapon equipped? Like, does it cost me anything to do that? There's a reason I wouldn't do that, I guess, is the better question. No downside, so I may as well have like a shitty dagger. Dual wielding, I assume, is bad though. Unless if you spec into it. Is your character just kind of hot swap between them? What's the downside if I'm not proficient with shields? Is that giving me like a penalty or something? Like an attack penalty. Yes, chain shirt. Okay. Oh, dual wielding uses the bonus action design space. That's kind of interesting. Don't hate that. She just hot swaps between whichever one she's like has used most recently, I suppose. Okay, back to exploring. It seems like they've like kind of kludged a lot of the inventory problems from Divinity by like letting you mark shit as garbage and letting you freely send it back to the bank from anywhere. That's a big advantage.
There's something underneath here.
Can't give up now.
What else we got here? Scroll of Mage Armor, Divination without magic. She's dead. It's weird that highlight interactables doesn't highlight boxes and stuff. Wondering if that's like a bug. I guess it also doesn't highlight like this foundation block.
Wouldn't take much to send that stone crashing downwards.
Oh, so you could use it as like a trap. If you get them standing on it, you can like shoot the thing with an arrow or whatever. That's kind of cute. So this is where I want to try to learn how to like aim at it. I assume there's a way for me to like shoot at it with an arrow. There's a way to do it in Original Sin. And I can just select the thing. Okay. That's pretty cool. So it's something different. So if I press in right stick, it shows me I can like loot these guys, and it says I can interact with this plaque. But there's nothing that shows me literally everything around me. Right bumper, left bumper. Right trigger is this. Left trigger is this. Right stick is lootables, but not all the lootables. Y is nothing. X is context menu. B is nothing. A is confirm. So yeah, if there's is such a button, I don't know what it is. You and nearby allies. You love to see that. Probably better just going through the front door, but I kind of want to try this. Okay, I can try that in a second.
Astarion's an interesting find.
See anything?
What's up, y'all? An alarming number of dudes. Does that... I guess we'll try it.
still on my feet.
Probably should have long rested before dropping down here, but we'll see what happens.
You might!
Just gotta get to the wizard to cast fire on that goop. I assume if it touches any of this, it's all turned on. Nice, the dream. It's pretty satisfying. Presumably Astarion should have a melee weapon here so that he can not have disadvantage in a situation like this. I'm guessing when you blow up oil like that, it's like a one-time thing. I can't like hit it again for even more damage. Hey, how's it going? Seemed like that blew up. Did it damage them? I didn't see what happened. Can I see like the combat log somehow? Worried that I just wasted my turn there. Expanded the fire surface. Does this game frequently auto-save in combat? I do have a melee weapon. Okay. So this should be sneak attack melee. There's crit.
Nothing will stand in my way.
I'm ensnared. It sucks.
Listen, you! Pernicious, putrefying pissant!
That was a really high value explosion. Ow, rude.
Heading there.
Too much fire in this room, gotta say. Potion's a bonus action. It's probably the time to do it. Lame.
A little help, please. Hey, someone's in here.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Probably end up reloading this, but we'll see what happens.
Swiftly now.
Witch Bolt makes them take damage every round. Creates a surface. What do they mean when it says possibly creates a surface? Thunderwave is the kind of thing that I would be protected from with my current setup, right? And this is projecting the... Where's that? Sorry. I wish I could see the area of effect. Is that what that red circle is supposed to be? Oh, I see. The thunder wave is in an area in front of me as the prop. Gotcha. Okay. Ow. Shadowheart is constantly having a bad day. can try. And fail.
Come on. Can't stay idle. Looks like you need a hand.
So this just uses it on yourself, right? Can I throw a potion at her? Is that a thing? Not available. I probably need to do it though, because I'm in trouble. Oh, but it's a full action. Okay. Nice. Probably eat a hit here if I have to. Does this character have a ranged attack? She does have a bow.
Heading there.
Oh, now the fire's gone. Okay. Wonder if the grease like extended the time that it was burning. That would at least be nice. Of course.
To the shadows.
I'm gonna take one of them out here is probably more important.
Let me help you.
It's pretty good. Very much, you can definitely tell that it's built on Divinity Original Sin, but I like that. Topple. Dude, you mean about there being a potential bonus action trap here?
Now they see me.
Where do I go from here?
I guess I used up all my heals, which is unfortunate. Try to bait an attack since everyone else is like almost dead. Looting doesn't cost any time, it seems like. Can't reach because I'm blocking, that's fine. You just not move through your allies in this at all, basically? You jump over them? Okay. But that requires a more significant action. Path is interrupted. Just want to like move here. Oops. Oh, I'm not trying to steal from Shadowheart. That's funny. Just trying to like walk there. Need like a button to walk but ignore like a walk here option. A little silly. Oh no, it used my action to do that. That's fucking annoying.
Comes easy these days.
It's fine.
Hide down! Look here! Thou quivering plague rat!
Decided to get mischance way down in this.
On my way.
Ouch. He's blocking the door, so there will be an attack of opportunity.
Step by step.
Disadvantage because I'm in melee. Okay, I see.
Let's find some prey.
Nice, big deeps. This fight would have been a lot easier if I had long rested, but I'm definitely going to long rest after all this, so that's fine.
What now?
Poacher weapon. She can't do much. Oh, really? I see what you're saying. I wish I had like a thing on the screen that told me you will sneak attack when you target at this moment. That's not super clear to me the way it's currently working out.
Still breathing, despite everything.
And I missed the answer earlier. Are the death saving throws like persisting throughout the encounter every time I pick her up?
Best be on my way.
Or do they reset every time she gets picked up?
Can't give up. Moving.
Okay. So you could really have her just absorbing damage like that. That's actually pretty interesting. Is that unique to Baldur's Gate 3? Or can you do that in baseline 5e?
Pawn to Cleric 4.
Eat this!
Okay, that was a pretty satisfying fight. Gotcha. Torture light spell. Well, we definitely need to rest, so give me a minute. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you're just constantly picking each other up. That's pretty funny. I would have thought the video game was going to be more permissive than tabletop.
I need to rest soon.
Bandit's key. Okay, so let's see if we can find this highlight all interactables thing. You're saying it's not that. Press and hold A. Ah, okay. Thank you. That's the same as Divinity as well.
What's inside? Might be useful. Anything of use? Need to find a way forward.
Check what I accidentally pickpocketed there. Elf close. This is basically Divinity Original Sin 3, which is cool. I like it. It had a lot of things they could improve. Looks like they've already made the books a little bit more reasonably long than in Divinity, which had long ass like Skyrim books, but I'm probably still gonna like try to just quickly scan them. If there's something in a book that like I absolutely need to read carefully and the game isn't like obviously conveying that I need to do that, feel free to just tell me, I guess. Hooray! My favorite thing in video games. Okay. I want like a distribute my bullshit among the other party members option. I guess I can just send them all to my bank. Fine. At least I can pick everything up with this. That's nice. I don't have to make trips back and forth constantly. It's never fun when games expect that of you. Those gloves might be improvements. I'll take a look in a second. So like rags, for instance, are vendor trash. Yeah, I wish the game would just like mark it for you if it's true vendor trash. I fear a mission where it like checks to see if you have a mug in your inventory or something, and they could totally absolve me of that fear by actually putting a mark on it that says this is just garbage. Also would reduce the brain space. I can live with it though. It's not a huge deal. It's just guess I may as well not carry those on me as well. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna rest here in a second. I ended up getting a shovel, so that's good. Doesn't matter. Doesn't. Oh, that's funny. I guess just feel free to tell me what that item is if it's not obvious through normal play. Long rest. So when it says you have enough camp supplies, that means you have camp supplies for each party member, exactly one per party member. It doesn't give a shit at all about how many spell slots or missing hit points they have. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like them doing this. 40 supplies for the full party every time. Okay. And that's so that you're not just full resting after every minor encounter.
Go to hell. Ha! You're a good sport. Go to hell. An everyday expression. So trivial it's almost meaningless. But we've seen hell. It's real. And it isn't trivial. Devils, dragons, mind flayers. They used to be abstracts. Pictures on a piece of paper. What a difference a day makes. Now we have tadpoles slithering through our heads like carnivorous feti. That's not abstract. That's the spirit. Let's be up with the lark. Find a healer before the
It's a really great, like, hook for why your party is working together. You all have gross Mind Flayer tadpoles in your eye. Sweet, love it. I'm bored.
Your magician seems dour tonight. Must not relish the idea of sprouting tentacles. Understandable. Can't
He's
say
definitely
I'm
giving a little
fan either.
Frankenfurter. It's great.
It's just hard to join in when all of this feels so new. The night normally means bustling streets, bursting taverns. Curling up in the dirt and resting is, a little novel. I'm in no place to rest yet. Today has been a lot. I need some time to think things through. To process this. You sleep. I'll keep watch. The pleasure is all mine. Sweet dreams.
You have a reflection. You don't seem like the type of dude that has a reflection.
Doing the rounds, are you? You'd better get
It's
some
really
rest.
cool though that they added this like camp sequence.
What were you two talking about? You and Gale. I see. I'd be careful with Gale. He's a wizard. All they care about is power. Let's hope we rapidly find a healer. You seem reliable. I think you know
The character
how important
reaction
it is
shots.
that we find someone who can cure us. Best if we focus on that.
I do think this game is much better about the characters in your party, even already, than Divinity was. You really had to go out of your way to seek out your party members' storylines in that, I felt like.
Good. We might even get lucky and find one right away. As I see it, we're overdue some good fortune. Rest well.
Go to sleep. Just for fun, I assume. Auto select, yes, my favorite button. Leave camp. Leave camp. That's very Divinity. Everything has to die again as you load in. Boxes have to break again. Okay. This makes me interested to see, because this totally feels like Divinity 3, how much of this is unique to Baldur's Gate and how much of it was stuff they added in Divinity 2 since I didn't play that. Like, obviously the 5e action economy stuff is new to this. And I mostly like it, I think. Divinity does action points where you have like, well, a variable number of action points depending on your stats. And it's kind of good, but it's also kind of busted because it means that the stat that gives you more action points is clearly better than all the other stats, right? The thing that lets you do more things. Yeah, exactly. Okay, just don't worry about it. It's fine. I can't like quickly eyeball to see if any of this is worth enough to be worth carrying around with me.
No more prayers.
Oh, that's
No more
cool.
silence.
Pretty fun to find supply
Too lonesome
packs.
to be a forgotten god.
Who are those prayers for?
Wonder if I had any sort of advantage there by dropping through the hole.
Not here.
If it was easier to hit the barrel or something. That's cool though. That's stuff like, oh, you can drop through the hole instead of finding the entrance. Feels very tabletop-y. And it felt good to be able to use the feather fall.
Ancient, indecipherable text covers the plaque.
A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
Over here. Books are just all flavor, presumably. There's no like skill books or anything like that. In the interest of stream time, I'm not going to spend too much time reading books. But if there's one you think is particularly interesting, feel free to just tell me.
You do not recognize the language on the plaque.
In my inventory, or even when I'm picking them up. Okay, that orange outline. Ooh.
Something over there.
Is my entire party making passive perception checks? I was worried about investing in it if I was going to get a party member who's like super good at it all the time. Gith Bard.
This place wasn't built for the living.
Okay. How do I turn on torches here? Yeah, it's basically Divinity Original Sin 3, and that game was built for a controller, so assume it plays just fine. And it's been fine so far. I left any doors behind over here, just making sure. Thanks. So that counts as being in an offhand, I see. That's how I normally would have come in if I didn't drop through the hole. I love everybody like re-ragdolling during the zone transition. Oh, bandit's key. Ah, so I gotta pick the lock, I guess. Gotcha. That's fun. I see. I guess I was also had the advantage. Well, so there's... Had I snuck in here, I could have killed that guy by his lonesome if he didn't make it to the lever. And then maybe tried to make a plan to deal with the rest of the guys. Oh yeah, it's like I've never minded texture popping. I'd rather have a game have texture popping and perform reasonably well than have gigantic loading screens to stop it. It doesn't faze me. It's fun, silly. I feel like because I have infinite send to storage, it would be great if when I'm looting stuff I could just press send all this crap to storage. That's okay. Of course.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Cool. So what skill does trap disarming? This is one of the things where me not knowing 5th edition is gonna get me in trouble. Sleight of hand. Okay. So +4.
There's no time to waste.
+1.
Way to the nearest library.
Keep your distance, darling.
Yeah. See, this is always my terror about making a custom character in a CRPG, that I'm gonna like, oh man, I'm gonna make a character who's really good at picking locks and picking pockets and disabling traps and shit, because that's gonna be really helpful. And then the very first party member you get is like really good at it. You're like, fuck. I didn't overbuild for it, so I don't feel super bad about it. Okay, don't want to add Bardic Inspiration. It would be really nice if this thing to add bonuses told you whether it was going to get consumed, if there was like a red square around it or something. Like, I get that I can look at the tooltip and figure that out. But this is like, I can just always add guidance, and so I always should, right? Summarizing the bonus, the dice screen is pretty masterful. I really like that. I guess that's something that's not at all really in Divinity.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us. Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I kind of want to see another game do Divinity's, or not Divinity, Disco Elysium's white check and red check concept. I think that's one of the coolest things I've encountered in a game. But you'd have to build the whole game around like it being okay for checks to fail in the first place. It wouldn't really make sense for like a single trap.
There are traps about. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
Hooray for bonuses. Okay, I can just skip the... Gotcha. I don't think I can physically get to the one on that wall.
Looks like a trap there.
Traps. How considerate.
A 1 in 5 chance, or a 1 in 20 chance, a 5% chance things go badly.
My. Better be careful not to trigger that thing.
Always an interesting challenge. Like, do you make disarming traps give you XP? Because then you get the problem where it's like you feel like you need to disarm everything to get every last drop of XP out of the game.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
I guess it's nice to have multiple characters with perception because then you get more people that are rolling to see something. That's helpful. Can't see a quick summary of all the traps I've already uncovered, I don't think. I wonder if I can just like shoot this thing. Can't reach it. Oh, greater toughness. So can I see what that means? That's with examine that works? Can't get a tooltip for it. I assume it just means that it has a huge amount of base damage reduction. Wait. Only a hit that deals at least 50 damage can harm it. Okay. Maybe I can like jump up there. Because it's just, I can't disarm all of them. I think I got just about everything else. Engraved key. Ooh. Spear misses its target. The wielder's next attack roll gains True Strike. Which is... There's a way for me to, like, see, Sorry, I can use my words here. There's a way for me to see, secondary tooltips, like in Paradox games. How do you do that? Like press and hold a button or something.
What's next, I wonder?
Mail. And I'm assuming most like random non-magical jewelry like that amethyst ring are just vendor trash. These coins can power infernal engines.
An iron coin. I prefer gold. I'll take it.
Okay, good to know. All right, let me see if I can figure it out.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Thought I had a prompt for it earlier. Back button. Okay, thanks. Good looking out. Let me add that to my text file notes. Back button on an item equals nested tooltips. Advantage on attack rolls. Okay, gotcha. So what's up with weapons having special actions like rush attack? Is that like a way that they've tried to distinguish the different categories of base weapons from each other so that a spear, a longsword aren't... Like a lot of the times they're pretty degenerate with each other in base D&D, right? And there ends up being one that's just mathematically the best in a lot of cases. Oh, that's unique to Baldur's Gate 3. Interesting. That's cool. They'd have stuff like, oh, a spear has a reach or whatever, but most of the time it would just kind of degenerate to what's... Do I have to like use a specific key on it, or will it try to use... Like, if I have the key for a door, it will use it to open the door. I don't have to use that key on the door manually, presumably. Okay, let's go try lockpicking it. Lockpicking is also just sleight of hand. That's good.
Let's crack it open.
15. Now that's the value I'm used to seeing. Nope, that's not gonna do it. Oh no, we got it. Oh, never mind. Okay, I got confused. I thought it was saying it got to 15. So when you fail, you use up the thieves' tools, is how that works? Yeah, because that's interesting. Otherwise, you could just lockpick forever. So I like that that's kind of their solution to a lot of the typical tabletop problems of, oh, you can just attempt it over and over and over. It's like things that you would be able to do over and over consume some sort of resource instead. It's good. Huzzah! First try. Gotcha. Oh, arrows should be unlimited. Oh, look at that! Look at the spiral level design. What do you know? Who'd have thunk it? Could I have also gotten in from this side if I'd come back here with Astarion and the Thieves' Tools? DC 20 on the other side? That's interesting. That used the engraved key I just picked up.
Let's prowl.
So how does group stealth work in this? Presumably the indicates your shadow cover. The torch is a problem, I'm guessing. Is it trying to like benefit from the person with the highest stealth roll? This has always been something like, I feel like tabletop settings have been trying to make group stealth checks work for a long time. I feel like Pathfinder 2nd edition has an interesting idea for it, but I forget how it actually works. Okay.
Scribes with swords? So much for the quill being mightier.
I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection. That's Jurgle, scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him.
Love the passive checks. Big fan of that. I like that they tell
inscription
you
is in
too
a
if you
language
failed,
unknown to you.
which is like a deliberate choice. They could just not tell you and then you have no idea that something happened.
Something over there.
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
Is that showing us their vision cones? Is that what that is? Let me see. Ooh, what's this? Huh. So it just straight up gives you speak with dead. It's still like Vancian though, you can probably only use it once per day or whatever.
I can be subtle sometimes.
Must need that for progress or something. Long rest, yeah, okay.
Let's see what
That's cute.
hiding.
So in Divinity, oh yeah, it's exactly the same as Divinity. I can just hit split and then select Astarion. And if I had traps, I could try to like place traps and stuff, I suppose. Wanted to pause here. Did that miss? No, it did hit. Okay. The enemy is surprised. Make them come to us. But they all aggro at once no matter what. Like that's not just a feature of these skeletons necessarily. Just how combat works.
Time for a new approach.
I do like dash as a way for enemies that are too far away to eventually engage, but have to spend something in the process. They don't count as being in the so they're not going to get like. Okay, yeah, that's similar to Divinity. They're not going to automatically get turns until I bring them in here.
Does this count as adventuring? Don't mind if I do.
Join the battle. Because I was spotted. Okay.
There is work to do.
One can try.
Can't see a thing from
So if I jump over them, is that using an... I'm not using actions until I'm in combat, presumably. That's pretty funny. Okay. That was unnecessary because the debuff would only help if it wasn't about to die. Sure.
A subtle approach.
Okay, so jumping in, since it triggered now if I had jumped in and somehow still been sneaking, would it not have counted until I chose to engage? Rude. Kind of want to pull them to a choke point here. Them from all this way. Now, will it tell me if doing that's going to require movement? I think it does. Okay.
Can't slow down.
Can't afford to let up. On I go.
Let's spill some blood. Let's go. We'll do it my way.
The witching hour.
Probably should have done that so that Shadowheart was standing closer to the door, but it should be okay.
To Queen 6.
Yeah, right. Trigger conditions, essentially. They also don't support you moving yourself to later in the initiative order, it seems like. Okay. Undead are immune to sleep, right? Just kind of a thing. And fear. You can see most of those things, presumably. Resist bludgeoning and poison. Maybe they're not? Would it tell me if they were immune to certain status effects? You can freely swap move order as long as you're adjacent in the turn list. Okay. Interesting. Select targets up to a combined 24 hit points. I guess I can just try it and reload if it doesn't work. Oh, can't target undead. It's somewhere in the details for sleep specifically. Creature prone with laughter.
Listen, you! You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Oh fuck, I didn't actually want to melee there. Probably why I couldn't snipe at them a second ago. Doke.
Can't give up. Not now.
Oh shit, that's fine. Let's see. Nice.
Time for a cull.
So where can I see if he counts as hiding? Is it just on his person he'll look like he's hiding if he is? Okay, they spotted me. Let's see. Gotcha. No one's engaged with them at the moment is why I'm asking. Like,
let me recite their demise.
I understand that if you're adjacent, you get all the benefit of sneak attack regardless. I was going to hit them with AoE, but I don't think it's necessary the way I've drawn them in here. Trying to save some resources, I guess. Silence. Good.
Need to stay focused.
No, you're good. I just...
No mercy.
Okay, so I have True Strike against it because I missed. I understand.
I've missed this.
I wish this game showed me some kind of like obvious indicator you will have advantage against this because another party member is engaged with them. Also, is there a way for me to ignore a corpse and just move onto that tile? Doesn't look like that's... I need like a force move button or something. Oh, but that was... God damn it. It should just use sneak attack, I think, instead of you having to specify sneak attack. I mean, it died, so it doesn't matter, but it might matter in the future is why I'm irritated.
To the shadows.
A rough tempest I will raise. Step to it.
Take a look here in a second. Yeah, concentration broken. That's fun. Damn.
One day I'll catch a break.
Well, that was pathetic. Sorry, bones.
Go team.
Relics are wasted on bones. We can make much better use of them.
Right, now that I know what all the options mean, let's see. I like karmic dice, that's fun. Okay. Probably under interfaces, I would expect. North-facing minimap, show pings from other players. Turn-based highlights. Tactical view highlights. Hold and turn. Arrows, potions, usable, throwables. Yeah, dice. Where would you see it? And does the character have character-specific options somewhere? I mean, specifically his abilities. Toggle ask. Well, that's just ask if I want to use it, not ask if I would prefer to use it if I accidentally selected normal attack, right? What I want it to do is prompt me to sneak attack if I'm able to sneak attack, and it doesn't seem like that's an option. Trigger automatically, so maybe it is actually happening automatically and I'm just not realizing it. I didn't see it in the combat log, was why I was confused. Oh, okay, it does say use sneak attack. Gotcha. Okay, let me add that to my future Marstead notes. Review trigger conditions by going to character sheets for each character. And then it's under reactions, set conditions, your auto, ask, etc. Oh, I didn't realize that sneak attack was a once per round thing. Hey, what's up, bud? You got normal eyes?
So he has spoken, and so thou standest before me, right as always. What a curious way to awaken.
So is it talking to Astarion or is it talking to my
I have a
party? I guess I need to keep that in
question
mind.
What is the worth of a single mortal's life?
Okay, but I didn't know it was going to be that conversation, so hold on. So when in doubt, if there's any suspicion that a dialogue might trigger and I want it to be with the main character, I should have the main character do the interaction, I guess. Okay, that's fine. Is there any way to change who they're talking to in combat or no? Skip.
So he has spoken, and so thou standest before me, right as always. What a curious way to awaken. Now, I have a question for thee. What is the worth of a single mortal's life?
A little spooked by the crawling out of the doom bit.
An arbiter of certain matters. But that is not important now. Wilt thou answer my question? So, I ask again, what is the worth of a single mortal life?
Okay, which one is the neoliberal answer? Which one is the moralist answer?
In death, that is so. Very well.
It's funny, I'm watching Andrea play through Disco Elysium and realizing how often it gives those four options, but it wasn't clear to me on my first playthrough that's what it was doing.
We will see each other again at the proper time.
Doing her Columbo roleplay playthrough.
Farewell.
Okay, bye. Just gonna walk out.
We have nothing more to discuss. I must attend this place after so many years away. We will see each other again soon.
Seems you've read ahead in our little story.
The mechanics of fate would be difficult to explain to one such as thyself. Regardless, it will occur.
She figures Columbo's big thing is eating the rich, so definitely picks all the communist options. I take all your shit? Is that okay? Is it gonna piss you off if I take all your shit? No? You're fine with that? Okay, cool. God. Arrow of Darkness. Right, okay. This game really is Divinity 3. Like, it's kind of wild. I guess it's like if they were able to do it in Divinity, they carried it over to this. So this is just a one-time usable arrow that does some kind of cool one-time effect. I think if I've seen a dev do that before. That's kind of a fun concept. Like you give some existing IP to a new developer and they're just like, well, we're just gonna make our game again, but in that IP. And it works, I'm not complaining. I kind of respect their desire to not reinvent the wheel. That's probably how this game has such a wildly huge scope, or at least I've heard that it has a pretty wild scope. That they've been able to reuse a lot of their systems and didn't have to like start over from scratch to make it. Which I love reuse.
What could a book contain that requires it to be bound with chains?
Book bound with chains, you say?
Book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock.
That's a striking image. Smash the lock open. 15, oof. But I could have handed this to Gale, for instance. Hey, Lisa, how you doing? Is there a Planescape Torment remaster? Or a remaster of the original Baldur's Gates? I haven't heard of any of that.
As the lock opens, a loose page comes with it. Magic pulses from the parchment. What was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are names, a list. But of what?
I played Torment not that long ago, and it certainly wasn't a remastered version, unless it like literally just came out. Arian did that?
Gods.
Valerian?
These are the names of gods, once lost but now restored after the Second Sundering. Entire pantheons have dwindled and been reborn. Silently recorded by this book.
Well, regardless, they didn't make Torment or... Well, they certainly didn't make Torment into Divinity. It was just... Sounds like they just, like, upgraded the resolution. Bunch of cool spells. What do we get here? This thing doesn't really like to sort. Makes me kind of want to scream a little bit, but that's okay. Ray of Enfeeblement. So is there anything in the tooltip that tells me like wizards can learn this spell if you give it to them or something? I know he already has Burning Hands and several other things here. Should go ahead and short.
I can keep going a little longer now.
Direct me.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't seem like a doing remasters kind of dev. Yeah, this doesn't tell me that I already have it. That sucks. Oh well.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Let me work my magic. Hold on.
Really? Cast spell, learn spell wizard level too low, so I have to press X on it to see if I know it or not. Okay. And it costs money to learn it, not just the scroll. I wonder what they're trying to balance with that. It's like you're paying for the materials to write it in your spellbook or something. Okay. Well, I'm glad they abstracted it into just a gold cost. Yeah. It's good. This is yet another way to get in here. Let's go. Deep water. Swimming in this? Oh, I have athletics.
Despite everything.
Whoa, that's pretty cool. It's climbable. Ah, interesting. So where is this? Really like this game's design. I feel like they've tried to do a thing where, and maybe this is just the opening, but I love that even this first dungeon, there's a whole bunch of different ways to get in there, and any of the ones you find, you'd probably feel pretty excited about stumbling into. I don't know if they're going to be able to maintain that for like every set piece in the game, but it felt really good for the first one, that they all like loop back into each other. Learning skills of your chosen school is cheaper. Yeah, and they managed to accomplish that by just giving you multiple different pathways in. And it's cool too because like if you don't find the coolest way in, it doesn't matter because you'll still find it as an exit later and go, oh, I see. So I could have come from this direction. That's cool. You still kind of get the dopamine hit from that. That means I'm basically done here? Question mark. Because this is the room with all the traps in it. Okay. I want to make sure I wasn't missing anything. I think I do want to lock the mini-map to face north. It's easy for me to get turned around if it's not. Okay.
The inscription is in a language unknown to you.
I doubt this matters, but...
The inscription is in a language unknown to you. The inscription is in a language unknown to you. The inscription is in a language unknown to you.
Maybe it was written in Vampire, I don't know. So I learned the very, very hard way from Divinity 1 that it's not worth holding down search and searching every single vase and ruined bookshelf all the time, that they're not going to put, like, if there's going to be interesting items, they're going to put it in like the ornate chest or something, right? Or the obvious sarcophagus. You're going to have a bad time if you dip your hand into every pot. Is that generally true in this? Okay. I did find that a little frustrating in Divinity, where it's like, okay, well, if you're not going to put anything in there, just don't even let me search it. But I get why they do it the way they do it. That's something I really like about Enderal, the Skyrim mod, where there's still a lot of like boxes and pots and things in the environment, you know, to act as decoration, but they generally don't let you interact with it unless if there's something in there.
That's curious.
Gotcha. but in the interest of time, even digging the little holes is straight out of Divinity. It's a really great set piece. Cool vista.
So, do you have loves waiting for you once this is all over?
You know what? That is not the easiest of questions for me to answer.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
You mean just waiting? Like a lovesick puppy? Short-term amusements are much less hassle.
Okay. And I assume that this dungeon is kind of intended to be... I really love the layout of this game, that you're kind of intended to stumble onto this by several different means and explore it early. That's really cool to see. I feel like a lot of the CRPGs I've played aren't terribly thoughtful about what they expect the player to do and what order they expect the player to encounter content. Don't tell me this, Lisa. For stream purposes, it's low value content, I think, to search every single jug.
Of course it's dangerous.
What do we have here?
One of them carved up Zor's whole squad.
So let's leave it.
And let the goblins have it?
No. We take it to the grove. Zorro was right. Yellow as a toad, twice as ugly.
The thing's dangerous. Leave it for the goblins to kill.
Your skull pounds in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips don't move, yet you hear her voice.
Get rid of them. Holy hells! Another one.
Oh, it's because I'm a Gith. Oh, that's not bad. Ooh, and it lets me cast friends. That's nice. Oh, I love that. I'm really glad that it prompts you on the dice roll screen. I was like, oh god. Seems like a good skill to take, but...
Damays.
Come, Nymessa. Now.
Enough gawking. Get me down.
Bye, guys. Nice talking to you.
Observe and listen. You'll hear goblins before you see them.
As you say. Questionable intellect. I expect better of Githyanki. Release me, or enjoy a future as Gale.
Okay, I'm working on it. Chill. Guessing I can't like raise the... I could try doing that. She's gonna have a bad day though. Is there like a switch for me to lower it? Let's try that first. Hold on, I'm working on it. I guess I could... This game's not gonna be as cool as like letting me cast Feather Fall on her. I think that only casts on allies, right? You and nearby allies, which doesn't count as. I don't think up there. Okay, that's fine. Sorry. No, she's fine with it.
The tadpole hasn't yet scrambled all your senses. Auspicious. But the longer we wait, the more it consumes.
But not really, though. It's fine. It's fine that you did that side dungeon. Don't worry about it.
We must find a creche. Our people possess the cure for this infection.
Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness. Don't let her take advantage.
You are full up. Dismiss your weakest warrior. Very well, but heed my words. The Horned Ones mentioned a camp. One there, this Zoru, has seen Githyanki. A crash must be near. I must interrogate this Zoru. Our very lives depend on it. I will be at your camp. Do not keep me waiting.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't want to try to balance a D&D game around 5 players either. I think 4 is too many, to be honest.
Another broken trap.
You're already getting to the point where people have to wait forever for their turn.
I hear shouting up ahead.
We should check it out, but be careful.
I only need 1 shovel. Not gonna break or anything. I wonder if this game was literally the same game and it was called Divinity Original Sin 3, if it would have gotten Game of the Year. It seems like it deserved Game of the Year. Like, I'm really impressed with what I've seen so far, but it's just kind of an interesting thought experiment because it is so similar. Like, it more, not that, like, it didn't deserve it, but did it getting relabeled as, or them getting access to Baldur's Gate as an IP, get them more reach, essentially. And the fact that they not only didn't fuck it up, they actually made it super good. Waypoint here. This makes me excited to go back and play Divinity 2, though. Because it's already addressed a lot of my issues with the first game, and I think maybe just this formula is really good.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders! That pack of goblins will be on us any second! What's going on? Goblins are on our tail! Open the gate, Zevlor, now! You let goblins here? Where is the druid? Please! There's no time! By the 9 hells! Open the gates!
First one's pretty good. It's kind of the gimmick is that it's co-op and playable on controller. And it sounds like those are both still true here. My main problem with the first game is that there was too much text. Just lots and lots and lots of text for everything. Ooh, like this guy.
The blade. And suffer it.
And the story was kind of like not super well told, and the characters weren't like terribly interesting to get invested in. This will probably be the last thing I do for the game this stream. But those all seem to be fixed in this game so far. It has a much better opening, has less assumption that you exist in the writer's brain, for lack of a better term. Let's see. Too many hit points. Okay, so I have to get way more level ups for that to affect a reasonable number of hit dice worth of enemies, I guess. Not in sight. Should have come up around the back there. Oh, disable. Doo-doo. Oh, can I do some shenanigan here? Okay. Wait, no, it's gonna give it to me. It's nice of them.
What's going on? Damn them. Get to the high ground! Raiders!
Yeah, took that as a turn for me.
For the absolute!
To the death.
Nice.
Let's find some prey.
Ow. Why'd you pick me? What the fuck? Rude. Oh, sickness affects my actions? So I can examine to see poisoned. Disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Oh, because it used up my action when I was mashing A to skip cutscenes. I see.
By sickle and sword.
Oh, he's a warlock. That's cool. Spellblade.
Striking distance.
Oh, I see blood could matter. How far can I reach here? Warg is the really scary one. What is high ground giving me? Because I can't look at that, I don't think. It's just saying you get advantage because of high ground, essentially. Oh, that sucked.
Need to act fast. Onward.
I'll bleed every last one of you!
Okay. That would suck. Do I have to save against the grease every turn I'm standing in, or only when I move in it? That's nice. I assume they have a lot of freedom with their characters because they can just use their character creator to make all of the different Creatures. Booyog.
What's the plan?
Probably gonna slip. It's probably not worth it. Oh, that's good. The jump is like a core movement thing, is kind of neat.
Excellent.
I assume it's also just the way it works now in 5e, but 5e really doesn't have it's difficult to design vertical fights like this. Nice. Oh, really? Interesting. Critical miss, Liam.
Let's end this.
Whoa! How often is it saving in combat? Not often. I was trying to press jump and I pulled out a torch which lit all of the grease on fire. Well, I guess now I'm not gonna slip.
Onward.
It's the same button, it's just if you tap it versus press and hold it. I think it used an action for me to take out the torch. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, is jumping by default a bonus action? I thought it was. Oh. For some reason I thought it was a full action. Right on. So sneak attack is only on a basic attack, right? It won't work with any of the special abilities like piercing, stab, or whatever.
Open the gate!
My cool new party member, presumably. Hello. So I definitely like the gear I've seen in this. So this is the second piece of like actual interesting gear. I think if they tried to do D&D magic items, it would be super boring. So I think doing divinity magic items is smart. But even then, these are more interesting than the divinity items, the two that I've seen. Inflict a minus 1d4 penalty to the target's attack rolls and saving throws. Sleight of hand +1, so.
How delicious.
You get, they end up throwing so much like shit, mildly magical gear at you in Divinity that it gets kind of annoying, I think. But here I think the effects seem relatively impactful, easy to parse just by reading the tooltip. And the skill bonus is really nice. Okay, so we got about 5 minutes left. I'll do this conversation. This game doesn't have like insanely lengthy conversation so far.
There are children here, you fool!
We was running for our lives.
You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
What's unbelievable is how we beat the goblins. You're both heroes. 15. Okay. Give me that friends bonus, please. Thank you. Really glad I took that. So advantage on average is like a plus 2.5 to your roll, I think is the math. Advantage is one of the like smartest ideas they've had. I still wish they would like return to first principles with D&D, which is kind of what the Matt Colville RPG seems to be doing, but that's a pretty brilliant concept. It's so much more satisfying than plus 2.
Saved your pathetic life.
Well, I didn't ask for any goddamn help.
Please, you were begging me to open the gate. Anything to save yourself, you coward!
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
Still friends, still a 15. Customized dice. Oh, that's pretty cute. I like that. Welp. Not today. Oh, use inspiration to roll again. I missed that.
Should have done that a long time ago. Arrogant prick had it out for me from day one. No one.
How often do you get
leaves my people
inspiration?
out cold.
That has to be like a formal game mechanic, right? Because I haven't played much 5e, but in 5e it's like the DM awards it occasionally.
Too little, too late. He was right, though. Coming back to this hellhole was a mistake no amount of gold can put right. I'd rather face another round of goblins than
Oh
stay
shit,
in
maybe I
this
shouldn't have picked
pit.
Urchin then. I thought that was just 2 skills. Whoops.
With the same vigor he had for once.
Let's try to avoid any more punching. We need to find a healer.
Regression. A cheap shot. I should have expected that.
I'll survive a sore jaw, particularly if it's rid the grove of Aradin. Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly. The druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen their resolve. There have been several attacks by different monsters. The druids blame us outsiders for drawing them here. Nobody's welcome anymore. They've started a ritual to cut the grove off from the world outside. We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave. We're no fighters.
Like this guy is our first like tiefling for anyone who isn't familiar with D&D. Like, okay, he's a demon man, but he's just a guy. It's fine.
I've tried. Korga, their new first druid, won't even see me. You, though? I know it's not your business, but she owes you for saving this place. Perhaps you could persuade her. For more time to prepare, if nothing else.
I think the fact that they've transitioned to more like close-up face dialogue sequences versus just the big text boxes helps a lot. If they committed to mocapping everything, that probably forced them to be a lot more precise with the text than they were in Divinity 1. It's been great so far. I have like no complaints with that.
Really? We're messengers now.
We'd owe you a great debt. If we're forced to leave now, we won't make it to the city.
Just gonna pretend like I've
You'll
got
find
Frankenfurter
the
in my party.
druids at the heart of the grove. Please, make them see sense before more lives are lost.
It's like a combination of Matt Berry and Tim Curry. All right, this has been great. I'm really enjoying this game. I'm excited to play more of it. Future Marstead. It's probably going to be a while until the next episode. Right trigger opens up this menu. The character sheet is where you can see your inventory and all kinds of other stuff. There's notes already in the Future Marstead text file. Left trigger lets you switch characters. It's Divinity Original Sin. All of the controls are exactly the same. You can split up party members, switch around, regroup them, all that fun stuff. Left bumper pulls up your actions. Orange actions are bonus actions. When you get too many actions, it starts adding them onto excess wheels. You can move them around if you want to, but you don't have that many abilities to worry about at the moment. Everything else I think I've already mentioned in the document. Maybe if you watch this before stream starts, load the game up and read through your journal really quick, just to kind of catch up on what's going on, see what quests you want to focus on. You have to get a worm out of your eye is the main objective, so pretty high stakes, bud. Good luck with that.